Hello and welcome to my channel. Today's video I will be showing you how to make these little monkeys. They are what I consider a no-sew body, which means we make all the pieces we need to first, so the arms and the legs, and then we start at the top of the head, and as we go down we'll attach the arms, start the body, attach the legs, and then we finish and close up. And then we will have to sew on the eyes circles, the nose, the ears, and the tail. And then after we are done making the little bodies, we will make the vest, the hat, the skirt, and the little bow. And then we'll finish off by doing the little tail. For this video, we will be using a number 4 medium weight yarn, a 4.25 millimeter hook, and 14 millimeter safety eyes. This is a crochet along, so I will be doing every stitch with you, and I will also be providing a drop down at the top of the screen with the pattern instructions for the first 30 seconds of every row for you to follow along with. And if you enjoy this video, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell. Not only does that help me out, but you will also be notified every time I load a new video. I think that's everything, so grab your yarn and let's get started. All right, we are going to begin with the arm, and you can start any way you prefer as long as you have the same amount of stitches in row 1. I'll be starting with a knot with the loop on the end as if you are going to be making a chain. Insert my hook, grab the yarn, pull through, chain 1. And that does not count as a stitch. That just attaches your yarn to your loop. And for row 1, we are going to do 6 single crochets into the loop over top of our tail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then pull your tail if you need to close up that hole in the center. Grab a stitch marker if you are using one. And for row 2, we are going to do 6 increases. So that's 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around for a total of 12. So increase 1 and 2 in that same stitch. Increase again 3 and 4. Increase 5 and 6. Increase 7 and 8. Increase 9 and 10. And our last increase 11 and 12. Row 3, we are going to do 2 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 16. So 1 single crochet, 2 single crochets, and then an increase, 3 and 4. And you'll just repeat that sequence all the way around. 5, 6, increase, 7 and 8, 9, 10, increase, 11 and 12, 13, 14, and our last increase, 15 and 16. Row 4, we are going to do 16 single crochets all the way around. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Now you're going to notice that it's going to start curving. Well, you want to make sure that it does not look like this, curving towards you. You want it curving away from you. And if that happens to you, just flip it the other way so you're crocheting like this and not like this. So flip it the right way, and then you keep on going. Row 5, we're going to do another row of 16 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Row 6, we're going to do 16 single crochets all the way around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Row 7, we are going to make our little thumb. So we're going to do what I call a double crochet cluster of 4 in the next stitch, and then we'll have 15 single crochets to go around to finish off the row for a total of 16. So for our cluster, we're going to yarn over, go into that next stitch, grab our yarn, pull up, grab our yarn again, and go through the first 2 loops on the hook. And that'll be 1 time, and we have to do that 3 more times. So yarn over in that same stitch, grab your yarn, pull up, grab your yarn, go through the first 2 loops. So that's twice again. Yarn over, and in that same stitch, pull up, grab your yarn, pull through the first 2 loops on the hook. That's 3 times, and one more time, yarn over into that same stitch, grab your yarn, pull up, grab your yarn, pull through the first 2 loops, and you should have 5 loops on your hook, and you will grab your yarn and go through all 5 loops. And there's your little thumb. You may have to push it out. And then we have 15 single crochets left to go around, but I'm going to count this as 1 and my first single crochet as 2 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Row 8, we are going to do 2 single crochets, 1 decrease, repeat that all the way around for a total of 12. So make sure you're getting in the right stitches here. 1, 2, and a decrease for 3. And just repeat that all the way around. 4, 5, and a decrease for 6, 7, 8, and a decrease for 9, 10, 11, and our last decrease for 12. Row 9, we are going to be doing 1 single crochet, 1 decrease, and then we'll be changing our color when we get on our last stitch for a total of 8. So 1 single crochet, 1 decrease for 2, 3, decrease for 4, 5, decrease for 6, 7, and a decrease for 8. Now when we do this decrease, we're going to go in and out and up and leave those 3 loops on the hook because we're going to change color now. And I'm going to cut my old color and then grab your new color. And then you're just going to tie your old color and your new color together down nice and close to your hook. And I tie mine 2 or 3 times. Sometimes even 4. And then once you have that together, you're going to grab your new color. You're going to pull it through the 3 loops of your decrease to finish that off. Rows 10 to 18, we are going to be doing 8 single crochets all the way around, and that is 9 rows, and I'm going to do those consecutively. So 9 times 8 is 72, so I'm going to do 72 single crochets and flip my marker every time I hit a set of 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. So I'm flipping my marker, but I'm going to keep on counting. Get those in there. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, oops, 48, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72. All right, let's add our stuffing now. And I'm just going to remove my stitch marker. And you may need something to help you get your stuffing down into the hand. I learned a great tip, and that was to use the end of your scissors to get it down in there. to get that in there nice and firm. So I'm going to put another little chunk in there. Just remember not to put so much in that it's stretching the stitches of your hand. You don't want to see your stuffing through. So once you have that firm, we're just going to put a tiny little bit into the arm. Just enough to kind of say there's stuffing in there, but we don't want so much that they stick straight out. So you want that stuffing to kind of evenly go throughout the top. So nice and firm, and then this, it almost feels like you have none in there. And then when you figure you have enough stuffing, get your hook back in. You're going to fold your arm in half, and we are going to go in the next stitch on the front side and in this last stitch on the back side. And we're going to do 3 single crochets across through both sides of the arm. So 1 through both sides, 2, and through both sides, 3. Then you're going to tie that off, leaving yourself a little bit of a tail. Even though we're not sewing these on, I use the tails at the end to help secure them so they're not quite as wobbly. So if you have just finished your first arm, I will be putting a screenshot over in the next frame with a timestamp so you can go back and do your second arm. And if you are done your second arm, just keep on watching and we will move on to the next part. All right, now we are going to be doing the legs, and again, you can start any way you prefer as long as you have the same amount of stitches in row 1. I will be doing my knot with the loop on the end, like I'm going to make a chain. Insert the hook, grab your yarn, chain 1. Whoops. Remember that does not count as a stitch. That's just attaching our yarn to our loop. And for row 1, we are going to do 6 single crochets into the loop over top of our tail. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then pull your tail if you need to close up that hole. Grab a stitch marker if you're using one, and for row 2 we are going to do 6 increases, so that's 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around for a total of 12. So increase 1 and 2, increase 3 and 4, increase 5 and 6, increase 7 and 8, increase 9 and 10, and our last increase 11 and 12. Row 3, we are going to do 1 single crochet, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 18. 1, increase, 2 and 3, 4, increase, 5 and 6, 7, increase, 8 and 9, 10, increase, 11 and 12, 13, increase 14 and 15, 16, and our last increase 17 and 18. Row 4, we are going to do 2 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 24. 1, 2, increase, 3 and 4, 5, 6, increase, 7 and 8, 9, 10, increase, 11 and 12, 13, 14, increase, 15 and 16, 17, 18, increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, and our last increase, 23 and 24. Row 5, we're going to do the toes, and they're going to be just like we did the thumbs, only we're going to be doing 4 of them. So we are going to be starting with 8 single crochets, then we're going to do 1 double crochet cluster of 4, 1 single crochet, and then repeat those 2 stitches 4 times, and then we're going to have 8 single crochets to finish off the row. And I will put that up across for the whole time so you guys can look back on that if you need to. So 8 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we're going to do our first double crochet cluster of 4. So yarn over, and in that same stitch, grabbing your yarn, pulling up, grabbing again, and pulling through the first 2 loops. So that's 1. Do it again. So that's twice. Yarn over and in again. That's 3 times, and once more. That's 4 times, and then grab your yarn and go through all 5 loops left on your hook. Then in that very next stitch, we're going to do 1 single crochet. And then we're just going to repeat that 3 more times for our 4 toes. So another double crochet cluster of 4, 1, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and go through all 5 of those loops, and 1 single crochet. So we've done our 2 toes. So now again, another double crochet cluster of 4, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and then pull through all 5 loops on your hook and go in the next stitch with your single crochet. So we've done that combination 3 times. We have 1 more time to go. So double crochet cluster of 4 in the next stitch. Once, twice, oopsie, 3 times, 4 times, and then pull through all 5 of those loops on your hook, and then single crochet in the next stitch. I hope I didn't go too fast, but if you've made a lot of these, I probably am going too slow for you. And now we'll do 8 single crochets to finish off the row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Row 6, we are just going to do 24 single crochets all the way around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, oopsie, my yarn, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And again, remember you want that curling away from you, because if it's curling towards you, your toes are going to be on the inside of your foot. Row 7, we are going to do 6 single crochets, 6 invisible decreases, and then 6 single crochets to finish off the row for a total of 18. So 6 single whoop, my goodness. 6 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now for your invisible decrease, you're going to go through the front loops of the next 2 stitches and then complete your decrease. So down, under, and up through the V's, so you're just in the front loop. And again in the next one, through the next front loop, you're going to grab your yarn, pull through, and then grab your yarn and pull through those 2 loops. So that's 1, another invisible decrease, that's 2, another invisible decrease, that's 3, another invisible decrease, that's 4, another invisible decrease, that's 5, and one more invisible decrease, that's 6. Now we should have 6 single crochets to finish off the row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Row 8, we are going to be doing 1 single crochet, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around, and when we get to the end, we're going to be switching colors, so we're not going to finish off that last decrease. 1 decrease for 2, 3, decrease for 4, 5, decrease for 6, 7, decrease for 8, 9, decrease for 10, 11, and our last decrease, we're going to go in both of our stitches, grab our yarn, and we're going to leave those 3 loops on the hook so we can do our color change. So I'm going to cut my old color. So grab your new color, and we are going to tie the 2 together as close to the hook as we can get them. Nice and tight. And then tie that 2 or 3 times. And then you're going to grab that new color, pull it through that decrease to finish it off and finish that last round. Rows 9 to 17 are just going to be 12 single crochets all the way around. I'm going to do that consecutively, and that's 9 rows. So 9 times 12 is 108. So I'm going to count to 108 and flip my marker every time I hit a set of 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'm flipping my marker, but keep on counting. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, oops, 57, 58, 59, 60, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 97, 98, 99, 100, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's pull out our hook and our stitch marker, and we will stuff this little foot up. So we want to have a nice firm amount of stuffing in the foot. So what I do is I kind of push all my stuffing to the front first. Be very careful. You don't see I'm already stretching these stitches where we decreased. Be very careful you're not stretching them anymore. Keep your hand kind of on the bottom so you can keep it flat. And then once I have the front, I'm going to slowly start pushing it into the very back side. And I kind of bring my finger up like this if I need to. I think that's maybe good. It's pretty firm. And then we're just going to put a small amount in the top half. So we want it to be kind of more here and not hardly any at the end. So I'm going to push mine right to about here, and then when we sew it on, it'll kind of be in a triangle sloping down, so that when we attach it and the monkey is sitting, his little belly can kind of come like here and not flip backwards. All right, so once you're happy with how much stuffing you have in, we're gonna do the same as the arms, and we're gonna go have 6 single crochets across. So we're gonna go in our next stitch under both sides of the V, our last stitch under both sides of that V. And we're gonna do 1 single crochet, 2 single crochets through both sides. And then we're going to do an increase in the middle for 3 and 4, And then we're going to do 2 single crochets on the end. So 5 and 6. And then tie off, leaving a tiny bit of a tail. These will be tucked on the inside. So if you have just finished your first leg, I will be putting a screenshot in the next frame with a timestamp so you can go back and do your second leg. If you have finished your second leg, just keep on watching and we will continue on to the next part. All right, we're going to be starting on the top of the head now. And again, you can begin any way you prefer as long as you have the same amount of stitches in row 1. If you are trying this in the plush yarn, you might want to skip row 1 if you have a long stitch like I do with the number 6 yarn. Otherwise, the pattern should work out for you. Okay, so I'm going to grab my yarn, do my chain 1. Remembering that does not count as a stitch, that just attaches our yarn to our loop, and going over the tail, row 1, 6 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and pull that tail if you need to close that hole there. Grab a stitch marker if you're using one. And for row 2, we are going to be doing 6 increases, so that's 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around for a total of 12. So increase 1 and 2, increase 3 and 4, increase 5 and 6, increase 7 and 8, increase 9 and 10, increase 11 and 12. Row 3, we are going to be doing 1 single crochet, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 18. So 1, increase, 2 and 3, 4, increase, 5 and 6, 7, increase, 8 and 9, 10, increase, 11 and 12, 13, increase, 14 and 15, 16, increase, 17 and 18. Row 4, we are going to be doing 2 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 24. 1, 2, increase, 3 and 4, 5, 6, increase, 7 and 8, 9, 10, increase, 11 and 12, 13, 14, increase, 15 and 16, 17, 18, increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, and increase, 23 and 24. Row 5, we are going to be doing 3 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 30. 1, 2, 3, increase, 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, increase, 9 and 10, 11, 12, 13, increase, 14 and 15, 16, 17, 18, increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, 23, increase, 24 and 25, 26, 27, 28, and our last increase, 29 and 30. Row 6, we are going to do 4 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 36. 1, 2, 3, 4, increase, 5 and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, increase, 11 and 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, increase, 17 and 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, increase, 23 and 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, increase, 29 and 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, increase, 35 and 36. Row 7, we are going to do 5 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 42. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, increase, 6 and 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, increase, 13 and 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, increase, 20 and 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, increase, 27 and 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, increase, 34 and 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and our last increase, 41 and 42. Rows 8 to 14 are just going to be 42 single crochets all the way around, and I am going to use my stitch row counter for that. It's going to be 7 rows of 42 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So that was row 8. Another row of 42 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So that was row 9. Another row of 42 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. That was row 10. Another row of 42 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So that was row 11. Another row of 42 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So that was row 12. Another row of 42 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So that was row 13. This should be our last row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Another row of 42 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. And that was row 14. Row 15, we are going to be doing 5 single crochets, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 36. I will be doing regular decreases, but feel free to do invisible if you choose. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a decrease for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and a decrease for 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and a decrease for 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and a decrease for 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and a decrease for 36. Row 16, we are going to do 4 single crochets, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a decrease for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and a decrease for 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and a decrease for 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and a decrease for 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and a decrease for 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and a decrease for 30. Row 17, we are going to do 3 single crochets, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 24. 1, 2, 3, and a decrease for 4, 5, 6, 7, and a decrease for 8, 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12, 13, 14, 15, and a decrease for 16, 17, 18, 19, and a decrease for 20, 21, 22, 23, and a decrease for 24. Row 18, we are going to do 2 single crochets, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 18. So 1, 2, and a decrease for 3, 4, 5, and a decrease for 6, 7, 8, and a decrease for 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12, 13, 14, and a decrease for 15, 16, 17, and a decrease for 18. Row 19, we are going to add the arms. So we're going to do 3 single crochets, 3 single crochets through the arm and the head, 6 single crochets across the front, 3 single crochets through the arm and the head, and then we should have 3 single crochets to finish off the round. So begin with 3 single crochets, 1, 2, 3. Now grab your arm, and remembering that this is the back side, you want to have your thumb and your strings facing towards the front. And we're going to do 3 single crochets across. So you're going to start in that first stitch of the arm, and then the next stitch of the head. So that's once through the arm and the next stitch of the head. That's twice, and through the arm and the next stitch of the head. That's 3 times. And then make sure you're going in the right stitch. We're going to do 6 single crochets across the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now grab your other arm, and this time your back's over here. This is your front, so make sure your thumb and your strings are both facing the front. And again, we're going to do 3 single crochets through the arm and the head. So through the arm, through the next stitch of the head, that's 1. Through the arm, the next stitch of the head, that's 2. Through the arm, and the next stitch of the head, that's 3. And then we should have 3 single crochets left. 1, 2, 3. Okay, for row 20, we are going to be doing 2 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 24. So 1, 2, and increase for 3 and 4. 5, 6, increase, 7 and 8. And don't go over these tails. You want them on the outside. 9, 10, increase, 11 and 12. 13, 14, increase, 15 and 16, 17, 18, increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, and an increase, 23 and 24. Row 21, we are just going to be doing 24 single crochets all the way around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Row 22, we are going to be doing 3 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 30. 1, 2, 3, and an increase, 4 and 5. 6, 7, 8, and an increase, 9 and 10. 11, 12, 13, and an increase, 14 and 15. 16, 17, 18, and an increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, 23, and an increase, 24 and 25, 26, 27, 28, and an increase, 29 and 30. Row 23, we are going to be doing 4 single crochets, 1 increase. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 36. 1, 2, 3, 4, and an increase, 5 and 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, and an increase, 11 and 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, and an increase, 17 and 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and an increase, 23 and 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and an increase, 29 and 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and an increase, 35 and 36. All right. Rows 24 to 29 are just going to be 36 single crochets all the way around, and I'll be using my row counter for this again. So 36 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So that was row 24. Another row of 36 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, so that was row 25. Another row of 36 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So that was row 26. Another row of 36 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. That was row 27. Another row of 36 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So that was row 28. This will be our last row. Another row of 36 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So that was row 29. Row 30, we are going to do 4 single crochets, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a decrease for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and a decrease for 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and a decrease for 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and a decrease for 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and a decrease for 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and a decrease for 30. Row 31, we are going to do 3 single crochets, 1 decrease, repeat that all the way around for a total of 24. 1, 2, 3, and a decrease for 4, 5, 6, 7, and a decrease for 8, 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12, 13, 14, 15, and a decrease for 16, 17, 18, 19, and a decrease for 20, 21, 22, 23, and a decrease for 24. All right, we're going to add some stuffing now before we put the legs on. Usually this is where I put the eyes on. Don't panic, we're not skipping them. The eyes are going on this light brown part because I found it's too thick to hold, to squeeze the little safety eyes together. All right, so grab your stuffing. And we want to have quite a bit of stuffing in the head. We want it to be nice and firm. So as you're going in, just kind of hold it by the neck so you're not stretching those stitches, and then just get that in there nice and good. Just kind of make sure you're keeping it more on the round side and not stretching these stitches right here, especially if you're doing a dark one like me. Need some more yet, I think. So that's probably good. Might add just a touch more. And then we'll put a tiny little bit in the body. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. And then put just a little bit in the body for now, so we can still work with it. But we can start to kind of see what's happening here. All right. Whoopies. So for row 32, we're going to add the legs, and we're going to start with 8 single crochets. Then we're going to do 6 single crochets through the leg and the body. Then we're going to do 6 single crochets through the other leg and the body, and then we should finish off with about 4 single crochets on this side. So let's begin with our 8 single crochets. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to take that stuffing out. That's in my way. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now you should be right kind of where your arm is. You're going to grab your first leg, and you want to have the toes facing the body because he's upside down. So when we flip him the right way, his toes will be up. And you're going to find your very first stitch of the leg. And then your next stitch of the body. And we're going to do 6 single crochets across. So that's 1 through the leg, through the body. That's 2 through the leg, through the body. That's 3 through the leg, through the body. That's 4 through the leg, through the body. That's 5, and through the leg, and through the body. That's 6. And then you're going to fold that thread on the inside, and then we are going to grab our second leg. Again, remember, make sure these toes are facing the body, and we're going to do 6 single crochets through the leg and the body. So into the leg, into the next stitch of the body. Pull that if you need to. That's 1 through the leg, through the body. That's 2 through the leg, through the body. That's 3 through the leg, through the body. That's 4 through the leg, through the body. That's 5. And our last one, through the leg, through the body. That's 6. And oops, put that string on the inside, and then we should have 4 single crochets left. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Row 33, we are going to be doing 2 single crochets, 1 decrease, repeating that all the way around for a total of 18. So 1, 2, and a decrease for 3, 4, 5, and a decrease for 6, 7, 8, and a decrease for 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12. Darn strings, I forgot to tie them. 13, 14, and a decrease for 15, 16, 17, and a decrease for 18. Let's just tie these strings, put the last of our stuffing in because we only have 2 rows left. So I am just tying these loosely. I don't want this to be tight because I don't want to pinch where my leg is. So just nice and loosely we'll tie those ends. So do like a loose, and then slowly tighten as you go. Just so they're out of your way, but still kind of attached. And then give them a cut. And then let's put the rest of our stuffing in here too. I thought I threw that. Oh, there it is. So we don't need the body as firm as the head, just so he can sit up. A little bit more push to the back so that he doesn't, he has a little more stability. So I just push it right back that way. And you want to make sure this part is flat. So, oh, he does need a little bit more yet. So I'm just going to dig a hole in there and then put some up the center. That should be good. You can always add a touch at the end if you need to. All right. So we just got our 2 decrease rows left. And again, if you want to do the invisible decrease, I'll leave that up to you. I am just going to do the regular one. And for row 34, we are going to do 1 single crochet, 1 decrease, repeat that all the way around for a total of 12. So 1 and a decrease for 2, 3, and a decrease for 4, 5, and a decrease for 6, 7, and a decrease for 8, 9, and a decrease for 10, 11, and a decrease for 12. And row 35, we are just going to do 6 decreases. So 1, 2 decreases, 3 decreases, 4 decreases, 5 decreases, and 6 decreases. And then we are just going to slip stitch into the next stitch and tie off, leaving a little bit of a tail so we can sew that opening closed. Whoops. I'm also going to take my stitch marker out now. So now you're going to grab your darning needle. Whoops, don't want that one. The thread on your tail. And then you're just going to weave in and out of the top row, or whichever row you like, all the way around. I used to do both, and then I don't know, I started doing the top one sometime around the time I did bees. I don't know if it makes a difference or not, but that's what I do now. And then just give that a pull to tighten that up and close it. And then you're just going to pick the next stitch right beside where you tied off. Can't really tell, but I'm going to pick that one. And just tie your knot. And then you're just going to put that down in the center somewhere and out his body. Give it a little pull to get rid of that knot. Whoopsie. And we'll give that a cut. And then we will do these arm strings as well. So you're going to thread one side on. Do I need to tip this down a bit maybe? And you're going to go right where your last stitch attaching the arm was. You're going to go right in there. And then you're going to go out the back side somewhere around the neckline. And you're going to do the same thing with the other one. So right in that last stitch where you attached your arm, I don't know if you can see that with this yarn. And then you're going to come out the same stitch where your other yarn end came out. You're going to give that one tie. Keep track of your strings. I wrap them around the neck, flip them over, and then give those strings a pull and it will bring these in. Mostly it hides the knot, but then it'll also bring his arms forward and they're not as floppy as if you just left them. And when you're happy with where they are, you're just going to tie that a couple times to secure it. And then you'll put the ends back in his body. Oop. So go back in the same spot where you came out of, and then just anywhere outside and through. And then trim those ends. Okay. All right, now we are going to do his little muzzle. And this time you will have to do the knot with the loop on the end as if you're going to chain, because we will be chaining this time. So insert your hook, and we are going to chain 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And in the second chain from the hook, so not the loop on your hook, not this first chain, but this second chain right here. We're going to do 1 single crochet, and this is going to be an end. And then we're going to do 5 single crochets through the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're going to do 3 single crochets in this end, pivoting as we go so we end up on the bottom side of our chains. So in the same stitch on the end, 1, turn a bit, 2, and then turn all the way to the other side, 3. So now we're looking at the bottom side of our first chain we made, and we're going to do 5 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now we're going to put 2 single crochets in this last stitch on the end. 1 and 2, and it should look like this now. Grab a stitch marker if you're using one. And for row 2, we are going to start on this end with an increase. So 1 increase. Then we're going to do 5 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we're going to do 3 increases around these 3 stitches on the end. So increase, 1 and 2, another increase, so that's 2 increases, and then our third increase. Now we're going to do 5 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're going to do 2 increases in these last 2 stitches. So increase, so that's 1, and then another increase, and that's 2. So it should look like this now. Row 3, we are going to start with 12 single crochets across. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Now we are going to do the double crochet cluster of 3. So same as we did the toes and the thumbs when we were doing it 3 times instead of 4. So yarn over in that next stitch, pull up, go through the first 2 stitches. So that's once, twice, and 3 times. And you should have 4 loops on the hook. And then pull through those 4 loops. Now we're going to do 5 single crochets across. I'm going to push my bump out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're going to do a double crochet cluster of 3 in the next stitch. So that's once, twice, and 3 times. And then go through all 4 loops. And we should have 3 single crochets left on the other side. 1, 2, 3. And for row 4, we are just going to do 22 single crochets all the way around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And then we're just going to go in the next stitch, slip stitch, and tie that off. Leave yourself enough of a tail to sew this part on, and then give it a cut. Alright, now we are going to do the 2 little circles for behind the eyes, and you can start this one any way you prefer, as long as you have the same amount of stitches in row 1. I'll be doing my knot with the loop on the end. So I insert my hook, grab my yarn, chain 1. Remember, that does not count as a stitch. That just attaches our yarn to our loop. And for row 1, we are going to do 6 single crochets into the loop over top of the tail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you don't really have to worry about closing this up because your eye is going to go in there if you're using safety eyes. Okay, grab a stitch marker if you're using one. And for row 2, we are going to put 6 increases. So that's 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around for a total of 12. So increase 1 and 2, increase 3 and 4, increase 5 and 6, increase 7 and 8, increase, 9 and 10, and our last increase, 11 and 12. Row 3, we are going to do 12 increases, so just like the last row, 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around for a total of 24. So increase 1 and 2, increase 3 and 4, increase 5 and 6, increase 7 and 8, increase 9 and 10, increase 11 and 12, increase 13 and 14, increase 15 and 16, increase 17 and 18, increase 19 and 20, increase 21 and 22, and our last increase 23 and 24. And then you're just going to slip stitch in that next stitch and tie off, leaving enough of a tail to sew that on. I think because this one only takes a couple minutes, I am going to just re-put this exact one right back in. So for your second one, just keep on watching, and then we will move on to the next part. All right, now we are going to do the 2 little circles for behind the eyes, and you can start this one any way you prefer, as long as you have the same amount of stitches in row 1. I'll be doing my knot with the loop on the end. So I insert my hook, grab my yarn, chain 1. Remember, that does not count as a stitch. That just attaches our yarn to our loop. And for row 1, we are going to do 6 single crochets into the loop over top of the tail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you don't really have to worry about closing this up because your eye is going to go in there if you're using safety eyes. Okay, grab a stitch marker if you're using one. And for row 2, we are going to put 6 increases. So that's 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around for a total of 12. So increase 1 and 2, increase 3 and 4, increase 5 and 6, increase 7 and 8, increase 9 and 10, and our last increase 11 and 12. Row 3, we are going to do 12 increases, so just like the last row, 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around for a total of 24. So increase 1 and 2, increase 3 and 4, increase 5 and 6, increase 7 and 8, increase 9 and 10, increase 11 and 12, increase 13 and 14, increase 15 and 16, increase 17 and 18, increase 19 and 20, increase 21 and 22, and our last increase 23 and 24. And then you're just going to slip stitch in that next stitch and tie off, leaving enough of a tail to sew that on. All right, we're going to do the ears now, and we're going to start with the inside. So you want to be using your accent color, and I think you should be able to start any way you want, as long as you keep the same amount of stitches in every row. I'll be doing my knot with the loop on the end, so I have to grab my yarn and chain 1. Remember, that is not a stitch, that's just attaching our yarn to our loop, and we're going to start by doing 6 single crochets into the loop. So 1, 2, I don't think we need to go over the tail at all, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now this time, instead of joining in the next part of the round, we are going to chain 1, turn, and starting in this first stitch right here, for row 2, we are going to do 1 single crochet, 1 increase around to this part for a total of 9. So 1, and then an increase for 2 and 3, single crochet for 4, increase for 5 and 6, single crochet for 7, and then in the end we'll do an increase for 8 and 9. And then we're going to tie that off. We don't need much of a tail because we are going to be tucking this on the inside. Okay, now we're going to do the outside of the ear, so you're going to be using your main color. And I'm sure you can start any way you prefer. I'll be doing my knot with the loop on the end. Insert your hook. Grab your yarn, chain 1. Remember, this does not count as a stitch. This is just to attach your yarn to your loop. And row 1, again, we're going to do 6 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And just like our other part of the ear, we're going to chain 1. We're going to turn, and we're going to do 1 single crochet, 1 increase around to this side for a total of 9. So 1 single crochet, 1 increase for 2 and 3, single crochet for 4, increase for 5 and 6, single crochet for 7, and then in that last stitch an increase for 8 and 9. For row 3, you're going to chain 1, turn, and then you want to put where your tail is on the inside. We're going to join these together with 9 increases. So first you're going to go through your inside, and then you're going to go through your outside, matching stitches, and we are going to do 9 increases. So that's 1 increase, 2 increases, 3 increases, 4 increases. Just double check you're going in the right stitches occasionally. 5 increases, 6 increases, 7 increases, 8 increases, and in the last one, make sure you're getting under both sides of the V in that last one, and 9 increases. And now you want to go across this one side and join the 2 pieces. So make sure all your ends are on the inside. Actually, you know what? Let's cut those. They're way too much, the stuff in there. So we just want to tuck those in, out of your way. Oh, the one on the back you may have to use a darning needle for. We'll worry about that one after. So going in both layers still, you want to go in the same stitch you just went in. So that's 1. Then you're going to go in the next stitch through both sides. 2. Then you're going to go in the center loop where you started your first round of single crochets. 3. Then you're going to go in the next space between the 2 rows. 4. And then in this last stitch you're going to do 1 single crochet, so that's 5. And then you're just going to slip stitch in the next stitch. And then leave a little bit of a tail for sewing that on. All right, so if you have your first ear done, I will put a screenshot over in the next frame with a timestamp so you can go back and do your second ear. And then if you have your second ear, just keep on watching and we'll continue to the next part. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to pin and sew all the parts on first before we do the tail. Because I think for the tail, I'm going to start you off on it. And it's just a repeat rows for however long you want to go. And I'm going to leave you with that. So we'll sew the parts on. And then I will make up a little screenshot so you can skip around if you want to do the vest, the dress, or go straight to the tail because you're only making the monkey. And then that way you only have to make the parts that you need. Alright, so first we are going to pin on our little patches that go behind our eyes. And what I found the best way to do to get them in the right spot was to pin them first and then put our safety eyes in and then put our safety eyes where our pins are. So we want to count our rows down. So they're going to go between rows 9 and 10. So you're going to start at the center loop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So right between rows 9 and 10, as centered as you think you can get. I'm going to take another pin and I'm going to go 4 holes over for our first eye post, and I'm counting. I am in, let's go in, I'm going to go in a stitch, and so the hole right beside my pin is 1, 2, 3, 4, so that's where my first eye is going to go, and this hole right beside on the other side, 1, 2, 3, 4, and in that 4th hole, and that is where we're going to put the post for our eyes. So get your eyes attached. Might as well do the other one. So I just was putting them in my center loop where I started. And now we're going to tip this and we're going to put our post exactly where that pin was. So just right in that same hole. I know you can't see my pin, but I tipped it sideways. It is in that one. So right there where my pin is. And that is also going to help keep our eyes in the right spot. And I want to put my tail down because we can kind of hide that under the muzzle later. So now you're going to want to pin that in place. And I'm just pinning where it falls naturally. Oop. Try not to pull it out of shape. And then I'm going to actually put the other one on too, just so I can see where they sit this way. So right where that pin was, you could use a piece of thread, I guess, if you need to. I'm just going to have them both kind of matching wherever I have them. Then I'm going to put another set of pins on this one. Make sure when you're pinning that if you have this eye around this row, that this eye is in the same place, because you don't want them to be higher or lower when you go around sewing. So same with the bottom. And then you just want them to meet up and touch at the top. And then when you come down to do the bottom, you want to kind of pull that over so there's no space here. So I'm going to put my pin on at an angle right in the center between the two and kind of pull that over. So same thing for this one. If you want, you could pin them both in maybe. All right, so that's how I want that. Maybe put another pin in there because you don't want to see the brown space. Just make sure they're nice and tight and keep on checking that you have it even. And I'm just going to put a couple extra pins around just so they don't move on me or I don't get a straight spot where I want a round spot. It's kind of looking like something else right now, isn't he? That may be something I can do for a different creature. Okay, so let's grab your needle now. Let's tip this a bit, I think. Not that much. So thread your one end. And all we are going to do is go down around underneath where our last finishing knot was. Come up. And then go up through the next stitch. And we're just going to do that all the way around and make sure, whoops, you are staying underneath the light brown or whatever color you're using as your accent color so that you don't see your stitches. So when I come up underneath and then I scooch my needle over so I can grab it and then I go back underneath my next stitch. Now, if you're sticking around to do this with me at the same time, I'm just going to talk about a few things that I sometimes forget about. One is that I do have a Facebook craft page, and if you want to share anything you've made with me, you can go over there. There will be a link down in the description that has all my social sites. If you go to the Facebook page, you can't direct post on there, but you can go into the comments and post anything you want. I love seeing all the different things and the creative things you sometimes change. Makes it even better. What else? Oops, I went a little far on that one. Let's back that off a bit. If you ever leave me a request and you do not see me replying, that is because I have added it to my list, and when I make it, which could be the next one or it could be years from now, the way I seem to be going, I've seen it and I will probably be making it at some point in the future. I have to see it before I can make it. So if I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to do that part of that request, then it's just going to sit there till I get a little bit more experience in whatever area I need for that part. I should say thank you very much for all the support. If you are a new viewer, I hope you're enjoying my channel and have found a few things that you would like to make. I always take tips, whether I use them or not. I always will try them. And any suggestions, don't feel like how do I word it? I don't have soft feelings. I mean, I obviously have feelings if it's something mean, but I understand that 99% of the time you're just probably trying to help out and give your suggestion. So don't feel bad sharing an opinion. I take it for what it's worth. Which side of my pin here? Green, I think. And if I can use that in proving my videos, I will certainly try that as well. Like, I should say thank you to the few people that kicked me in the butt there about using the invisible decrease when I made my snowman. It actually has made a huge difference in closing up my projects. So if any of you are watching this one, thank you so much. All right, I think we're at the beginning here, so I just went one past my knot, which is right there where I started. I'm just going to go backward one, and then I'm going to tie it off, but I'm not going to cut it yet, just in case when we put the muzzle on, if there's a little space there, I'll use this thread to kind of join these together a bit. So I will tie it though, so you're going to go in and grab a stitch and then just give it a tie. And then hopefully that's not in. See, I could have put that down a little better, I think there, but it might be covered. I made a huge mistake making this about 2 months ago and then videoing it now, and I did not write down how I did the dress. I did not write down how I did the ears, and it has been a challenge to try and remember what I did. So now I went this way around. I like to go the same way so that I'm ending coming down. So this time I'm going to go around this way, so I'm ending coming down the center. If that makes sense. Just so if I end up pulling it as I sew, I'm kind of pulling them the same way I pulled the other one. It's only happened to me once. But it's a lot better, I think, to do it this way. Of course, you can do it any way you like. And just remember, stay underneath the part you're sewing, and then you won't see those stitches. Also, I'm going to mention I do have TikTok and I have Instagram. I try and post lately. Every time I have a new character, I post a video on there. I kind of... So, I'm kind of getting better at posting and replying. There's not a lot of replies on TikTok. It's very low followers. I think I have like 100 and some. But if you are trying to interact with me on Instagram, I can go 6 months and not even open that app. It might look like I'm on there because I have the same videos, but all I'm doing is like posting from TikTok over sharing to Instagram. So I'm not actually, in there doing anything or looking around. So if you don't hear from me on Instagram, if you've tagged me, it's because I just don't go on there. I do definitely go on Facebook quite frequently though. So I will get a notification hopefully there if you're doing something there. Anything else? Got a lot of sewing to do on this one, so Hope I'm not talking your ear off. I guess I could say I have had a few people commenting on my speed. Sometimes it's too fast, sometimes it's too slow. I find the same thing if I'm following my own video. Sometimes I'm 2 or 3 stitches ahead. Sometimes I'm a whole set or 2 behind. There is a feature where you can speed up or slow down your YouTube in your settings. I haven't really tried it, so I don't know how well it works, but if you are having a problem with my speed, you can try changing your speed. I have no idea what it does to my voice, so if it makes it funny, just turn the volume down and you should be okay. Now see how I'm just keeping these butted up together as I'm going around. You know what? I might actually just do this. I'm pretty sure that space is going to show up. So if you get here and you have a space like I do, just wrap these 2 stitches around for a row or 2. So I'm going to go in that one. Then I'm going to do it in the next one too. Because I don't remember how high I have my muzzle pinned. So I was in that one. Was I in that one? Nope. And again, you do have this here if you need to fix that again. So now I'm going to go under here. I'm getting close to where I started. Oh yeah, that looks way better. So I'm right around where I tied my knot. I think that's my knot right there. So I'm going to go around and up. Oops. And then I'm just going to find a stitch to make a knot in. So you tie that. I only been tying mine once, but you may want to tie it twice. Mine are just kind of sitting around. I'm not selling them or anything, so they're not being played with or moved around. So I'm going to take that end out the back. And I'm just going to double check where the muzzle goes before I do that one. Okay, I had a look at my other one and I'm pretty much under the eyes, so there shouldn't have been a problem there. So it's going to pin on somewhere like that, just under the eyes. So if you're good and there's no brown space there, you can tie this one, or it is tied, you can put it through the back. If you want, you can cut this later if you want to try tying these and tightening anything in the face. But I don't think we need to for this one. But if you feel like you need to pull that in, no, that's not going to do nothing. Okay. So I'm just going to cut these so I can find my scissors. And then we are going to move on to the next part. All right, now grab your little muzzle piece with the nostrils up, and we are just going to put a tiny bit of stuffing in there. We want enough that'll make it puff out, but not so much that it's in our way when we're pinning and sewing. So if you can get it flat, I might have a tad too much, but let's see how it goes. So I'm centering my nostrils. So they're just kind of under the eyes. Oh, this thing. And in a fairly straight line going across. So I'm going to start by pinning one in the center. And then I'm going to just let it go where it falls naturally on the bottom. I would say I'm about 2 or 3 rows, have a look, maybe 2 or 3 rows from the neck. And we can adjust this if we need to after. This is just our preliminary, getting it centered and making sure it's going to be straight. Then I'm just going to pin it on the sides, and I'm kind of just pinning it on the outsides of the eye here. Maybe a touch more. And if you notice, I'm keeping this smushed nice and tight so I have that in a straight line. That's what you're going to notice when you're all done. You're going to notice mostly if this line is straight. So you want to make sure you're pinning it so that line is as straight as you can get it. That is also where we're going to put the mouth. Mine seems a tad cockeyed, but I think I just need to lift this up a bit. That's what my problem is. So, and don't be scared to pin every single stitch if you need to. I pretty much do. And I have sewed so many of these on. Well, every video I do at least 2 of these guys. Sometimes 3. When I did my Care Bears, I think I did 5 or 6. And then still videoed. Oh, is there 7 rows, 7 colors in the rainbow? If there is, I did 7. And then the rainbow one for the video. And don't worry too much if you think you don't have enough stuffing. When we get closer to the end, you can add a little bit in. And you really want to pay attention to this top row so you can get it straight when you're going around it. It is definitely a lot easier to change it now than after you've sewed it on. I think we're good here. So let's put our darning needle, where do I put that on? No, there's just a pin cushion right there, but can't use that, can we? Okay. I'm going to try not to talk as much this time. So again, you're just going to go right down where your knot is, around a stitch or a row. Try not to get any stuffing in between, because it's definitely tricky to get rid of that afterwards. Then I'm going to go up that same stitch, and just like we did the eyes, up a stitch, down a stitch, and around underneath our muzzle so we don't see those stitches, and then up the next stitch. And just be careful you're not missing a stitch, because I went really wide there. So yeah, it's going down, so this is my next one. So just keep going around. You can make sure you're always grabbing a stitch of your base color. have to side, just kind of keep in mind where your stitches went on the other side. You can always stop and have a look, make sure you're going around about the same, because again, it is definitely a lot easier to start undoing this thread that you're doing now than it is to take the whole muzzle off and have to re-sew it on. And when you get to the 2 layers, try and get under both, but if you can't, you can't. Or if you can't in one, try and make sure you do it in the next one. Now I have a little problem. Oh no, I gotta go up. That's how I... Alright, we want to be nice and straight here. So as soon as I get up, right about here, I want to make sure my stitches are going straight across. It's a little trickier on this one because we don't have one of our rows to go across. So just kind of carefully go in and out and watch as you're going that you're not pulling it up or pushing it down, and really let those pins help you out. Sometimes I won't even remove them until I've gone through the stitch they're in. But I am for the video because sometimes I get caught on them. And this video is long enough already. You don't need to watch me untangling yarn. So far so good. Now remember, this is where we kind of were a tad of an angle when we came up here, so just make sure you're kind of keeping it the same way. So see, I'm going to leave that pin right in there and then take it out. And just try and be careful. It's a lot easier to push this down than it is to twist your needle. That also will be okay. I'm at the end actually. I'm going to put a little more stuffing in. So let's take this pin out. I'm just going to add a little bit in this little hole here. I got a bit bigger hole than I thought. And I'm just going to add a little bit. That's probably lots. Okay. So if you do what I just did, give your threads a tug so they're not loose, and then finish off your last couple stitches. I think this is my stitch. We're getting really close to where we started now. Yeah, there's where I started. So I'm going to come under my knot where I originally tied off. I didn't do a very good job pulling that knot down in there. I might, okay, if you get a bump like that, you can try and fix it with your yarn. So, let's see if that helps. So I'm basically pulling that knot down into my next stitch. It really doesn't matter where you tie off. So I'm going to come down here now again and tie off. So I got to find a stitch down there. So I'm going to grab this one right here. And I always grab the same color that I'm using so you can't notice it as much. And then you give that a tie or two, go under your nose and then out the back. Okay, cut that. All right, we're going to do the ears now, and I just realized I didn't mirror them, so they're both exactly the same. So we're going to be putting one on this way, on this side, and the other one we're going to be putting on this side, this way. So our tail's we're going to start sewing on the bottom. So we're going to do that one first, because if we don't get it in the right spot, it'll be easier to match this side than to match this side. So first of all, get your pins, and our ears are going to be between rows 6 and 7, so I'm just going to mark that. So starting in our center loop, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So right about here, and about even with the middle of your arms. So let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So about right here, about 5 stitches back from where your eyes are. And of course, put them anywhere you want. I decided to put mine nice and low. And we are going to start down here, and we're going to go through 6 rows. So we're going to go through this row as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So nice and straight down the side. So your ears are going to be right here. They're really close to being right at the bottom where your eye and muzzle meet. So let's thread on our ear. And we're going to do 1 stitch, and then we'll pin the other side. So we're going to go behind our pin and then into where we have our pin. So that's our first row of 6 that we're going to be going in. Now if you want, you can pin here, and I believe we're going to finish between our 2 stitches in the same stitch there that we did. So for now, let's just go in there and then back in. You don't have to do that. I'm just going to do that so you can see how it's done if you're not sure. So now we're going to go through our first stitch in the ear. Oh, look at that. You do not want to do that. That's going to be a mess I'm going to have to fix later. Or now, looks like it happens. Now we are going to go down, up to the next row, around a stitch, and then into our next stitch on the ear. So that's 2 times. Go around the next row, through the next stitch of the ear. So that's 3 times. Up into the next row. Watch that stuffing. Make sure you're catching the row. And through the next stitch of the ear. I believe that's 4 times. Around the next row. And make sure you're going straight up and down. Through the next stitch of the ear. And I'm going to take this pin out now. And then we're going to go in our last and 6th row. And the next stitch of the ear. And if you want, you can go a couple of times. Maybe we will, just because it's our end stitch. And then I'm going to kind of wiggle my way to the middle. Just because I made them exactly the same. And I wish I hadn't. I think I originally didn't, because I don't remember doing this on my first one. And then you're just going to tie it somewhere around the 3rd row down, 3rd or 4th row, wherever you end up. Just remember to do it in the same spot on the next ear. And then we can put that in right where we were, and then kind of even out the center of the head. So I'm kind of straight across in the same row, but not, I didn't actually check if it was the exact row. Okay, so there's one ear. I'll grab your other ear. And this time you're going to kind of line up with your ear across the top and your arm. Should we put pins in? Let's put pins in. So we want to be between rows 6 and 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in between rows 6 and 7. And we were about 5 holes behind the brown, light brown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it should be even. Have a little look. Look always if you need to. I feel like it's a little different, but it matches up this way, so it'll be the same on either side this way. So go behind your pin and then out. I'm not doing good at keeping that stuffing out. And then if you want, you can pin the bottom of the ear 6 rows down. So the one you went in is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you'll be ending about here. I think I went 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So about right there. That just kind of keeps it straight. I think I could go over one, but don't be afraid to play around with it. So now we're going to go in the first stitch of the ear. Then we're going to go down into the next row. Through the next stitch of the ear. Down the next row. The next stitch of the ear. Down the next row. Make sure you are catching a stitch in that row and not just wrapping around your ear. Next stitch of the ear. Next row. Next stitch of the ear. Yep. And our last row, because that's where our pin is. And again, we're kind of lined up right with the eye and the muzzle here. So we know we are in about the right spot. Next stitch of the ear. And then if you want, do 2 times on the bottom. And then we're going to go around to the middle to match up what we did on the other ear. So up a row, through a stitch in the ear, and then I'll do that one more time maybe. Just so we're about the middle. And then we're going to tie somewhere on the bottom close to the ear. And then go right down and out the same spot we came with the other ear string. Because we are going to do what we did with the arms. So you're going to give it one tie. Keep track of your strings. Remember, wrapping them around the head is a great way to do that. Turn your guy around. And now if you want to bring his head in, you're just going to pull those ears to wherever you want them to be. So that is more than enough, I think. Remember, you can still play with the shape of his head. And then give it a tie when you're happy to tighten that up. And then re-thread them in and out the back somewhere. what's left. I think, is that everything but the tail? Give them a trim. You know, I don't think twice about cutting this thread with my scissors in the video camera, but when I watch it in editing, I just cringe, like, how did I not just cut my finger off? Alrighty, cute. I forgot about this little tuft of hair if you want to add that. So I'm just grabbing a little scrap of, so you'll be using whatever your base color is. And I'm just going to show you on a little bear I have sitting beside me. So all I do is I'll go around the top loop, grab the center of those strings, pull them through, not all the way, so you'll have a loop on one side, and then you're going to grab your ends and pull them through that loop. So it'll be like this, and then just trim them to whatever length you want. I would do a longer trim, see how it looks, and then go a little shorter if you want. Oh, you got a wild hairdo now. And for the mouth, we'll just grab a scrap of brown yarn or whatever color you want the mouth to be. Get that on our darning needle. And what we want to do is go across these open stitches where we chained and just kind of hide them. So I'm just going to come down underneath where I want it to be. And I'm going to come out even with those stitches, but a row or two back. So about right there is where I'm coming out. Leave some thread here for tying. And then we're going to go across that line. And as straight as we can, we're going to go in and match where we went in on the other side. So I'm about 2 rows behind, and then you're going to come out where you started. And I did give mine a little pull to keep that tight. And you're going to tie that. Tighten it up if you want. You don't want this to move around very much. You want it tucked in there in those stitches. And then when you're happy with it, I'm just going to thread these ends down and in. Oh, excuse me. I was trying not to cough and it definitely came out. So just take it out anywhere you want. And give those a little trim. All right, so now is where you're going to kind of jump around to whichever part you want to do next. So there will be a screenshot in the next frame with all the timestamps. It's only going to be 5 seconds. So if you need to look at it longer, be prepared to hit your pause button. I'm going to begin with the little vest and the hat. So if you're doing that first, you can just keep on watching. And then the next timestamp will be for the little dress and the bow, I guess. Might as well put that in there. And then if you only came here to make the monkey, the last timestamp will be for the tail, because I'm going to start you off on that and then let you finish it off by yourself. All right, we are going to begin the vest now. And before I get started, I'm just going to mention that all these little clothes I make, if you're doing any of my projects that have a 36 round for the tummy, They will fit on everything else if you want to get a little creative and add some clothes to the other animals. Alright, so we're going to be starting with a chain. So you're going to need to double your yarn over, wrap around your finger, pull that loop through, and then tighten it up. Insert your hook. And then we are going to chain 27. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. And then we are going to, starting in the second chain from the hook, so not this first loop on your hook, not this first chain, but the second chain right here, and we're going to do 26 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and make sure your chain isn't twisting as you're going. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and in our last one, 26. Then we're going to chain 1 and turn. Row 2, we're going to start with 4 single crochets. So starting in this first stitch, 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we're going to chain 5 and skip 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're going to skip 5. So this is our last stitch right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're going to insert in that 6th stitch, and we're going to do 8 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we're going to chain 5 again and skip 5. So chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're going to skip 5. So there's our last stitch right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then go in that 6th stitch, and we are going to do 4 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Chain 1 and turn. Row 3, again in that 1st stitch we are going to do 1 increase, so that's 1 and 2 in the same stitch, and then we're going to do 3 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, and then we're going to do 5 single crochets around this chain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now starting in this stitch right here, we are going to do 8 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we're going to do 5 single crochets around this chain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now starting in this next stitch right here, we're going to do 3 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, and then we're going to do an increase in this last stitch. So 1 and 2 in the same stitch. Chain 1 and turn. Row 4, we're going to do 28 single crochets across. So starting in that 1st stitch, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, chain 1 and turn. Row 5, we're going to do 28 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, chain 1 and turn. Row 6, we're going to do 28 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, chain 1 and turn. Row 7, 28 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. And then we're just going to tie off, leaving a small tail because we ultimately want to go over top of this with our next row. All right, grab your accent color now, and you're just going to tie your knot with a loop because we're going to be attaching this in the back. So it doesn't really matter which side goes where. So I'm going to go this way. Which way did I end? Let's do it that way. So I ended here, so I'm going to start somewhere in the middle. Oops. Grab your yarn, pull it through, do a chain 1, and then in that same stitch start your single crochets and make sure you're going over top of your tail. And you're just going to go in every stitch all the way around. I'm not going to count them out because we may have different stitch counts depending on what we do in the corners. And there, I just dropped my tail now. And now I'm at my corner. I'm going to put 3 single crochets in the corner, kind of pivoting as I go to get around that corner so it doesn't kind of curl too much afterwards. And then we're just going to go up in between every row here. And I'm going over that red tail also. And then when you get to the top, you can put 2 or 3 stitches in there if you want. I'm just putting 1 in because I want it to curve around up top and not make like a collar. Actually, maybe I'll put 2 in there just to get around there. But I think I originally only put 1. Oh yeah, see, it made a bit of a point. I didn't really want that. I'm going to take that out because we have 1 more row of red to do. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Now we're just going to go in every stitch across the top. So right here we are working on the back side of our first original chain when we started. And we're going over the tail when we get to them. I'm trying to ignore how that tail flipped up, but it's really hard. I will be fixing that and pulling that out the back later on. And see, there's my problem with doing this a month and a half ago. I don't remember what I did. And I just realized I still haven't written the skirt down. Okay, so remember I did my 1 stitch in the corner this time at the top. And then as I get around to here, I will be putting 3 in this corner, just so it curls around better. And then just 1 single crochet in every stitch now until we get to where we attached our color. Alright, so there's my last stitch, and then I'm just going to slip stitch into my first single crochet that I made in behind there. Okay, and leave a little tail again because we will try and go over this one as well. So we're going to grab our main color and do the same thing we did for the yellow. We're going to make our knot with the loop. And then we're going to attach that. I'm going to go, if you go behind where you tied off your other color, then you can go over your tail. So we'll go 2 or 3 stitches behind there. Insert your hook, pull that loop through and chain 1. And just like we did with the yellow, we are going to go in the same stitch and then we'll start our single crochets going around. And again, I'm not going to count just in case we're a little bit different. Let's just put them wherever you feel you need one. And see, I'm going over that tail now. No idea what I did in the corner, but I kind of feel like we should do a couple increases. I don't know. I think I'm going to do 1 single crochet where we have these 3 increases. I'm going to increase in the middle, so the second in of those, and then do a single crochet. So I'm only doing 1 increase as we go around the corner. That should be okay. Now every stitch around again. This time is a little easier than last time. I'm not increasing at the corner because I want his vest to kind of curve at the top and not have a collar. I guess I gotta fix that now. I'm just gonna pull that out. And I'll have to cut that or weave it in later. I'll just keep going around. So we're coming to our other top corner. Just 1 single crochet in every stitch. And then we're coming to where we increased, so I'm going to do a single crochet, 1 increase around the corner, and then back to single crochets, just to give it a little bit of extra room there for around the curve. Now I'm back on the bottom, and we're just going to meet up where we started. So I don't know if I made this the easiest way, but I did make it. So you're only going to have, well, I should have went over that too, but you should only have this last piece to weave in that you're currently working with. Unless you were like me and you went over your yellow, but you didn't go over your red. And I'm going to give this one a second tie, just because it's the last one. So we're going to grab our darning needle. And what I usually usually try and do, make sure you're going towards the back side, is I try and go down one of the same stitches. So this is where I end. I try and go down that stitch and then come through the back and hopefully pull that knot in, but this yarn is really thick, so it might not. Oh no, it did. So see, that knot isn't showing anymore. It's in here somewhere on the back. We'll ignore this. That should be under our thing already in the previous row, and then just weave that back and forth as many times as you feel you need to so that it's secure. And I would stay in the red if you can. If you don't like doing it on the bottom, go up and do it in here. Now I'm just going to do a quick one for the video, so I'm just doing it 3 times. You do as many times as you feel you need to. And then you'll just cut that off. Double check if any of your ends need a trim. So I'm going to trim that one and this one. And then we'll pretend that's not there, and we will move on to the next part. All right, we're going to do the hat now, and we'll be going in the round. So you can again start however you prefer, as long as you have the same amount of stitches in row 1. I'll be doing my knot with the loop on the end. Grab my yarn. Chain 1. And for row 1, we are going to do 6 single crochets into the loop. If you are doing this in plush yarn, I would suggest doing 8 or skipping row 1 altogether. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Grab a stitch marker if you're using one. And for row 2, we are going to do 6 increases, so that's 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around. So 1 increase, 1 and 2, another increase, 3 and 4, increase again, 5 and 6, increase again, 7 and 8, increase, 9 and 10, increase, 11 and 12. Row 3, we are going to do 1 single crochet, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 18. So 1, increase, 2 and 3, 4, increase, 5 and 6, 7, increase, 8 and 9, 10, increase, 11 and 12, 13, increase, 14 and 15, 16, and our last increase, 17 and 18. Row 4, we are going to be going in the back loop, so instead of going under both sides of the V, we'll be going down through the V and just out that back loop. So for row 4, we are going to do 18 single crochets in the back loops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Row 5, we are just going to do 18 single crochets all the way around. Make sure you're in the next stitch and not skipping one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Row 6, we are going to do 18 single crochets all the way around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and on our 18th stitch we're going to grab our yarn and pull up, but we're not going to finish that. We're going to leave the 2 loops so we can change color. So grab your accent color and we're going to tie that on to the red. Don't cut your red because we're going to do red in the next row, and that will save us doing another tie for our color change. So you're going to tie that 2 or 3 times, as close to the hook as you can get it. Grab your new color and pull that through to finish off that last single crochet. For row 7, we are just going to do 18 single crochets all the way around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and on our 18th stitch we leave those 2 loops on the hook and we'll cut our accent and we'll tie it to our red that we left there. again, nice and close to the hook. Get out of the way. And then pull your other color through to finish off that stitch. And for row 8, we're just going to do 18 single crochets all the way around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and then we're just going to slip stitch in the next stitch and then leave enough of a tail for tacking or sewing this down, because it will not stay on the head if you don't do something at the end. All right, now we're going to do the tassel, and I have no idea how I did it to begin with, but we want to start with wrapping some yarn around our fingers about 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more time, I think. And then we'll trim those. Cut the end on one end, and then you should have about 6 pieces that are about, I don't know, 4 to 6 inches long. Then you're going to grab another scrap. This is the piece you're going to be tying it with. And you want to just lay them over top. And then kind of even. And then you're just going to tie a knot in there. And I am definitely not an expert at making a tassel. I just kind of am playing around till it looks how I want it. So if you have a better way, definitely do it your way. Because now we need to somehow get a little puff here and wrap around our... So I'm going to wrap around right about where my fingernail's sitting. So I'm just going to hold that there, and I'm just going to start wrapping. You kind of need about 6 hands for this, so I apologize in advance. And if it doesn't work the first time, try a second time, and that might just be enough. So I've wrapped it around a few times. Now I got to somehow thread my needle without letting go of that. That might work. Let's see. Did I get it? Yep. Now we want to tie on here somehow so that doesn't move. So I'm going to go, I think I'm going to go from the top down. I'm just going around those stitches, or that piece that we wrapped only. I'm going to do that twice. You need to keep that all nice and tight. And then if you want, tie it to itself or another one of your strands. And I'm going to take a strand that I already have going there and tie that. And then ideally we want that to blend in with the rest and hang down. You may have to, see I have one that's way out here. You're going to have to find that one. Oh, first try. That's amazing. Just maybe give them a gentle pull. And then when you're happy enough with it, this is my 4th try during this video. So if you have to try again, do not feel like, I don't know, it's perfectly fine if you have to do this a few times. So you're going to have something that ends up like this. And then we're just going to tie it into our hat. Oops, I keep going too far up. So I'm going to come down through my center loop. Leave just a tiny little bit here. You want it to kind of hang over, but probably not too far. We may have to trim these ends a little more again. Hold that tight where you want it, and then I'm just going to pick a stitch on the inside here. What is that? There, okay. And I'm just going to tie a knot there so that it doesn't move around. Somehow I forgot how to tie a knot. Just before you tie it super tight, make sure that it's the length you want it. You know, why don't we just tie it to the red here? That would have been perfect. Oh, my voice is going, I think. Yeah, tying it to our tail that we began with when we made our loop actually works pretty good. And then you are just going to put a little bit of stuffing in there. You want to keep the top on the flatter side. You're basically just giving it some shape so it doesn't crumple down. Whoop. Oh, I was going to use this video to make a actual vest only video, but that's not happening. If you've been with me this far, you know I'm not perfect, so every little mistake I'm making on this part, I think you'll be forgiving. And then you're just, so you just tack it on there. I had it tacked on with pins. You'll just sew it on like you sewed all the other parts, just making sure you're staying underneath so you don't see the red, because you don't want to see your stitches on that, right? All right, thanks for watching this one. Hopefully I will see you over in the little dress one too, and if not, head on over to the tail and we'll finish that little part up. All right, now we're going to make this little dress. I'm just going to mention that it is interchangeable. When I was trying to figure out what I did for the monkey, I made it in green and I put it on the little hippo. So that's pretty cute. And any of my characters that are 36 stitches around in the tummy, this will fit also. All right, so we're going to grab our main color and we are going to start with a chain. So we'll be doubling over and making our little knot with the loop on the end. So I just wrap it around my finger, pull it through, and then tighten up my little knot, because we will be chaining for this one. And we are going to start by chaining 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then row 1, starting in the second chain, so not the one on the loop. This is your first one, this is your second one. We're going to do 5 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in that last chain. and we're going to chain 1 and turn. Row 2, we're going to do 5 single crochets across. So starting in this first stitch right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then you're going to chain 1 and turn. Row 3, we're going to do 5 single crochets across. So in that first stitch, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we are going to make 25 chains. We're going to go and then kind of make it go around, and we're going to attach here. So we want to make sure we don't twist it if we can help it. So 25 chains, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't do it that way. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Now, if you are able to keep it nice and straight, you're just going to bring it around like this, and we want to be on this side. So our little patch of 5 single crochets, we want to be pointing down, and we are going to join in the first single crochet of that little piece, and we are going to slip stitch. Now we're going to chain 1, and we're going to go all the way around, and we are going to do about 30 single crochets. So we're going to start where we just joined in that same stitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now we're kind of going to make sure we got our chain the right way here. So I'm going in the bottom side of the chain. 6. I guess it's the top where we're looking. 7. But being that it's upside down, I called it the bottom. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Sorry, this yarn just keeps splitting on me. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and that is my last one. Don't worry if you have like 29 or 31. It's not going to make any difference. We're just going to join to our first stitch in that chain we made. And now we're going to chain 2, 1, 2, and we're going to do 2 double crochets in that same stitch. So we're going to yarn over, insert our hook in that same stitch, grab our yarn, pull up, grab our yarn, pull through the first 2 loops, grab our yarn, and go through the last 2 loops. And that's 1 double crochet. We're going to do that one more time. Yarn over in that same stitch, grab our yarn and pull up, go through the first 2 loops, grab and go through the second 2 loops. So we've got 3 stitches in that one stitch, and we're going to do 3 double crochets all the way around in a stitch. So we should have, what's that, about 90 stitches, but we're going in 30 stitches. So we're going to do 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. And don't worry if it doesn't seem like it's curling or curving. It will as we get going. I got 3 in there. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3, 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3, 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3, 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3, 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3, 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3, 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3, 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3, 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3, 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3, 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3, 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. I am getting to my last one, so 3 double crochets in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3. And then we are going to slip stitch to join. So here's our chain. Here's our first double crochet. I'm going right behind that double crochet into the top of the V, and I'm just going to slip stitch and join that, and then we'll tie that off. Maybe do a second one on this one. I'll leave a tail for sewing, or not sewing, but weaving in the ends. And then grab your accent color. And don't worry, it's going to look like a mess until we're done and get it on, and then we'll fix these little curves. Hi guys, sorry, I gotta pop in here. I just realized in editing that since I didn't have to put this on one of the monkeys, that I didn't actually show you how to make it ripple nice. I know most of you probably can figure it out, but just in case you can't, it's a lot easier to pop in here now and show you than it would be to try and describe it in the comments. So what I did, I started in the back and I just started letting it'll start to naturally want to kink for you. And I went all the way around, and then when I got back here, if there was kind of a misalignment, I let it stay in the back, and then the front looks okay. So sorry, I forgot that part, and now I'll let you get back to finishing off your little guy. All right, you want it so that the skirt is on the bottom, the little bib here is facing up. You're going to fold your yarn over and make a knot with a loop in it so we can attach this piece. going to start right in this corner. We're going to go around the back, up the side, chain our straps. What are we doing then? Oh, slip stitching back up, going across the front, chaining our strap, slip stitching back up the strap, going down this side, and then we'll join here to finish off. So we want to be going through the front side of the top of the dress here. And try and remember to go over top of your tail. That will save you weaving that in. So I'm right in the corner of the bib and the dress going around the back. If you're left-handed, you might be on this side, whichever feels more comfortable for you. All right, so we just attached our yarn. Now I'm going to single crochet in that same stitch, and I'm going to single crochet all the way around until I get back to the bib. So it should be about 25 single crochets, but I'm not going to bother counting because we may have a different number, just depending how we went into our chains on the other side when we went around. And you could actually make this any size you want if you are doing something bigger and you want to try making this quick little skirt dress thing. Make your bib stitches wider or make more rows, and then just make your chain longer to fit around the body. If you have any inkling to attempt it, it's not too hard. Your only problem will be if your proportions are a bit off. I think I didn't go over my tail. I'm having a hard time with tails today. You can tell I haven't had to worry about the inside of a project for a long time. That's the one nice thing about amigurumi. All the ends can just hang out inside. Okay, so I'm coming up to my bib. So probably go in right here in the corner. And then about 4 stitches up. 1. We're just going in between our rows. 2. What do I have written down? I have I think I have 3 written down somewhere, but I don't know where. Let's see. I'm going to go up in that one too. I don't think you're even going to notice this. Now we're going to chain 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and try not let that twist. Now what we want to do is about 8 stitches back, we want to attach our yarn. So I'm gonna go from, there's where we went in the corner, that diagonal one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 10, 9, 10. Nope, 8's good. All right. So without twisting your chain, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I'm going to go in the 9th stitch. We are just going to single crochet into that stitch that we picked, and now we are going to slip stitch back up. So it should be about 10 slip stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to have about 5 or 6 stitches to go across the top now of the bib. So I'm going to go in the same stitch I ended on. So I'm going to have 2 single crochets in that stitch. One from when I started my chain and one now coming back from my chain. And then we're just going to single crochet across. So that's 2, 3, 4, and 5. Sure, why not? And now we are going to do 10 chains again to the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you're going to count on this side how many you did on this side. So I went into the 9th stitch from the corner, so I want to do that again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I'm always going the wrong way here. I need my yarn on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then I go into that 9th stitch. Basically what we're doing is trying to have the same amount between our in 3 sections in the back, so about 8, about 8, about 8. Yeah. And now we're going to do 10 slip stitches up. Can't decide which the first one should be, but it's not going to matter too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 9, so I did skip a stitch. But I'm going to put 2 in here. So I have 10 slip stitches. And now I'm going to go into the same stitch where I started my chains. And we're just going to single crochet down. So that's 1 in the corner. 2, 3, and then my next one in the corner. And I feel like I have 1 more stitch here, so I'm going to go in there. And then we're just going to join where we started. I don't know if I made this easier or harder, but my goal was to not have to weave in all these ends all the time, so I hope I did okay. I mean, I'm going to get you a dress for this monkey. The only problem is if I did it hard, made it hard or not. You can tell I'm not used to making clothes. And then we just need to weave our 2 ends in. So I'm going to do my bottom one first. I snuck the ones I missed going over in just now. And I will put a note to remind you when you get to that part of the video to make sure you go over your ends. So I'm just going to bring my yarn up to our chain and single crochet row, and that's where I'm going to weave it in. So I'm just going to go back and forth in those few stitches, and you can go wherever you want, because I'm not going to do a good job on this. I'm just going to do a quick little job. So let's cut that one. And then we got to do our other one. So when I did the hippo, instead of changing colors, I did it the exact same way, the green one on the hippo. I just kept the same color. I thought maybe you could chain 2 from where you ended on the red and come up here on the back, but it just felt really awkward the way I had to do it with this the yarn, the way the yarn was attached on the inside. You can try it, but it was just as easy to cut and attach the yarn up top, I thought. So you're gonna do a better job weaving your ends in than I am. And then you'll just slip this over her feet and her arms and put her in her little dress. And then let's do the bow. All right, for the bow, let's see if I can do this from memory. I think so. We are just going to make our knot with the loop on the end and chain 7, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now starting in that second chain from the hook, we are going to do 6 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we're going to chain 1 and turn. And starting in this first stitch, we're going to do 6 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then we're going to tie off, leaving another chunk of tail. And grab your darning needle. Where is it? There it is. So thread on one end. And what you want to do is come down and over to the middle. So I'm going to go right in there. Actually, I'm just going underneath. And be very careful that you're not pulling this point in. So I want to go through about 3 stitches to get me to the middle on this side. And I'm just going to pull that a little bit so that it doesn't wreck the point on that side. And then you're going to thread the other side. And do the same thing. You want to meet up right here in the middle. I can get there. There we go. Again, make sure you're not pulling so hard that you wreck this point. You want to keep that there. Whoops. Oh my goodness. Sorry guys. This monkey, I knew he'd be a long one, but I am so ready to be done videoing. I loved making him and her. I feel like I could have done 10 of them in the time I spent videoing this. Okay, so we're just tying that gently in the center without pulling our points. So you'll do a loose and then go tighter as you go. And then now we're going to take one end and we're going to wrap it around a couple of times right in the middle. Make sure you're in the middle, and you want to do it nice and tight. So you're bringing the sides down to make your bow shape. Once you have it a few times, you are going to tie it in the back. Nice and tight. You don't want that to loosen up, because that is what gives you your little kink in the middle of your bow. And another tie. And there you go. You can just put that on her ear or wherever. You might want to put it on your monkey if you didn't do a vest. You might want to put it right where her tuft of hair is. I just put mine on the corner of her ear. Thanks so much for watching me and bearing with me while I did the dress part. Now we can hop on over and finish up with the tail, if you haven't already. Alrighty, and now we will finish off with the little tail. So you're going to grab your main color, and you can begin any way you prefer on this one, as long as you have the same amount of stitches in row 1. So I make my knot with the loop on the end. Grab my yarn, chain 1, and remember that doesn't count as a stitch. That just attaches our yarn to our loop. And for row 1, we are going to do 8 single crochets into the loop over top of the tail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now for the rest of the rows, we're going to do, I did row 2 to 40, 8 single crochets all the way around. And what I would suggest to you is do them in sets of 5. So for my first set, I'm going to put my stitch marker in. And so I want to have 5 rows of 8. So 5 times 8 is 40. So I'm going to do 40 single crochets, counting my first 8. So my next one will be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, whoopsie, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. So that is our 5 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I will put my stitch marker in. And then I will do another 40 for another 5 rows. So 1, 2, and so on. And you'll just keep doing that till you have 40 rows. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 until, or if you want a shorter tail, you can stop sooner. Mine for 40 is about this long. I don't know if you can see that better this way. So it comes a little bit over her head. It'll wrap around, you know, if you want a little bit of extra tail, but it might look funny just hanging down like this. And then all I did was, if I did the vest and the dress, I put it on after so that I could make sure it wasn't in the way, like up too high. So anywhere, just kind of see where his butt curves, should work for attaching. And I just attached it around and around like we did the ears. Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed this or any of my other videos, don't forget to please hit the subscribe button and click that bell. Not only does that help me out, but you will also receive a notification every time I load a new video, as well as any likes, shares, and comments are truly appreciated. And like always, take care, be safe, and happy crocheting.